Good morning. Another day. Day 107. I think it's officially been 2 weeks since I've been back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That it has. Wow. The final day of the 2-week sprint. It's going pretty well. The game has been pretty much completely overhauled at this point, which is excellent. Playtest just went live yesterday. So if you type !game in chat, you'll be able to see the Steam page to get that bad boy. If I get the bot up and running in a jiff. Yeah, so basically the goal for today is I'm going to fix up some of the big issues that I saw from the playtest waking up. Big shout out to everyone who hopped in the Discord and submitted the survey, recorded footage. It's very huge, very, very helpful stuff. So I'm gonna go through, I'm gonna fix some of the quick issues that I think I can fix to make it a bit more playable, and then push up a patch real quick, and then we're gonna get stuck into the next kind of big round of what I think I can do to improve the game. And we'll talk more a little bit about that later when the patch is done. So yeah, I'm gonna get stuck in the patch real quick, fix some things. The big one is for some reason the furnace isn't working. I really should have tested this before I submitted it, but gotta fix that. Let's get some Skyrim going. Beautiful. Yeah. Good morning, boys. Kevin, what up? Give me that bounce. Yes, Helios Games, he doing, bro? All right. So let me get that furnace going. This is an old build. Wild. Right. We want to change this to start game. Okay. So why on earth is our good friend furnace not working? Let's see. Let us see. While I'm at it, before I do this real quick, I want to automate the block packer. Because someone mentioned that it couldn't be automated, so we gotta fix that. Change that to true, and do one of these. There we go. So that's automatable now, which is cool. Get the furnace. Let's figure out how to do this real quick. Nope, that's a block packer. Nope, that's not what I want either. I need to do a queue cancel. Okay, furnace. Or I already had one. I'm dumb. Okay. So for some reason this guy isn't working, which is interesting. Yep, it's just gone straight off the edge. So time to fixie. All right. Workbench kind furnace, workbench automatable, true. Queued recipe not equal to nil. Well, in theory this should work, but it's not. Oh, I know why. It's fucking hitting this guy instead. That was the old furnace. Alright, that should be the problem solved. While I'm here, let me see if there's any other stale shit I can destroy. Harvester. Dude, there's so much. I gotta get rid of all this old shit. Let's see. Crafting altar. God. It's been a hot minute. Alright, chest, Sockatron, kiln, you can go, bye-bye, same with the burner inserter, conveyor, extractor, workbench, yep, cool. There we go, I think we should be good now. Yep, that's going in, and then we just need, I mean, it'll work. It'll work now. There we go. Gotta make sure we got the output right as well. Yeah, sweet. Awesome. Okay, that's that problem solved. Make compactor auto as well. Alright, sweet. So I'm going to fix up a few more of the issues and then ship the patch. Fix widescreen chunk loading plus hot tile selection. So what this is basically when we're widescreen, can't actually drag and resize this. But I'm pretty sure if we have a look at the Discord. This was happening ages ago. I've just been too lazy to fix it. But yeah, it looks like it's just the tiles not rendering. I'm not sure if the chunk is not loading. I guess we can check. Let's see. Update chunk system. Get chunks on screen. Get view rect. Game res width. Game res height. Center. Yeah, so that's the problem. I think. Maybe. View rect. Yeah. So this needs to be not shit. In order for it to actually work. Time for a bit of quick math. So that's one. And then also the tiles. Get tiles and box radius. Yep, so this is the other one. Alright, so I'm going to patch these two guys up real quick. And then we shall see. What does this do? This... Okay, this is a bit different to the chunk. Well, there's only one way I'm going to be able to do it. That's by putting a little bit of elbow grease in, man. Really, I should just do exactly what I did here. Is this only called once? No. Build on-screen tiles. Alright, so it literally returns a tile pause. Interesting. Let's see. Really, I'm just gonna do like a get tiles on screen. Get tile pause. Tiles pause on screen. Sure. Right. So what I'll do is I'll do the whole view rect thing. Just like this. We'll pause to tile. Okay, so that should do the trick. I believe. We'll see. I just gotta fix everything up. So get tiles on screen is now like that. Can delete this, I think. Kinda. Yeah, fuck it. We balded. We balded. Okay, get tiles pause on screen. Can now delete this entire motherfucking thing. I think. I don't even know what this will be. We can just make it like 1024, sure. Now get tile pointers inbox radius valid on screen tile pointers. Is this even used anywhere? Right, yeah, it's here. So this was a little copy pasta. Interesting. Well, tile pauses. I hate that pause can't have a decent plural. Actually, we can call it tile pause is pauses. Pauses. Okay. This is kind of scuffed, but it'll be fine. Oh, Sir Duke, my man. Thanks for the prime. Appreciate that, brother. Tennyson, appreciate it, man. It's good to be back in the saddle. It's good to be back. Okay. So this guy is like a... Yeah, I'll just fucking guess. Okay. So it should be behaving as normal. And still having that that bug with the edge. But both of them use this guy, the V-rect on the screen. So I've just got to actually make this good now. And the way I do that, I think, is... Get the window W. The height will always be the same, but the width is probably going to be different. So actual game W is equal to window W divided by game res width, I believe. And so we can plug that in, and hopefully that should be it. Not quite. Wait, that gives us the scale. How do I want to do this? It might just be the other way around, actually. That gives us 4. What am I trying to do exactly here? I'm trying to get game res width. But I want to times it by... Violence in video games, thank you for the 10 gifted, brother. That's a bit nutty, dude. Appreciate it, man. Holy shit. Treat yourself to a corn dog. Maybe I might. Trying to figure out what the fucking math is for this. I don't even know, dude. Commander Colkey, bro. Thanks for the prime as well, man. Appreciate that, brother. What is the math for this? Might need to crack out the old whiteboard, man. So this 480 ace. This is 480. And on widescreen it would be something like the number we're trying to get. I don't even know, dude. We'll just call it 800 or something. Okay. The actual width scaled down to whatever it needs to be for the game. So the actual width times it by the camera zoom. Wherever the zoom is, get camera zoom, right? So that'll give us, in theory, should give us like 1 right now. 7,680, not quite. Not quite, bucko. 480 divided by 290, yeah, so it's times camera zoom. So that should give us 1. No, 480, yes, exactly. And then actually that should be it. Because like if we were a bigger width, then that would give us like whatever we need, right? So I think that should be widescreen solved. I don't know if it would exactly, but it should be. Love to be able to stretch this out. We'll see. We will see. It's the time room in Thailand. It's 9 a.m. right now. It's very dark outside though, because we're getting smacked with a storm right now, apparently. Very moody. I like it.
I like money.
Just played Terra Factor for the first time since the web demo. Played for 2 hours and had a good time. Looking forward to what comes next.
That's a W. It's a W in chat. Thomas, thank you, man. It's an excellent name, by the way. Some would say the best name there is. Thanks, brother. I'm gonna put that 5 smackaroonies in the runway sheet. Thank you. Also, violence in video games. This should be around maybe like, what's that? 10? Yeah, like 25 bucks. I don't know exactly, but I can say Twitch est 25. And we could keep cranking this up if we wanted. 25, Commander Corky, another $2.50. Sir Duke, another $2.50. And Sir Duke also gifted another $2.50. So we're sitting at like, what? Maybe that. We're in the green today, boys. Hell yeah. That's awesome. Thanks, lads. Yeah. Can I change it real quick so I can resize the screen to test this shit? Where is the app? Yeah. Where is this guy? What's this called? Run. Desk. Do we have anything in here? That's not letting me resize. I'm sure it would be a setting in here somewhere. I just can't let it be fucked. We can pray that the math is correct instead of testing. It's like R. You totally can. It's just the cursor isn't changing. I'm dumb. $718. That looks good to me, dude. All right, widescreen should be fixed now. Okay. Yeah, basically. Just gotta fix. No. Okay, so this is the I think I know what's causing this now. That's the hot chunks being decided, I believe. Alright, let's try and fix. Let's try and fix she. Can I... There we go. So, let's fix this. Well, actually, I think it's working. It's just I just scaled the... I scaled this guy to make sure it works. Are we good now, though? No, not quite. Yeah, that solves the tiles being bad. So the tiles are good now, I think. Just need to get the entities, and I believe the entities is just happening because we got the is entity on screen. And yeah, it's obviously just hard coding some random shit to do. Make this smarter. Thank you. All right, screen rect. Get screen rect. Sorry, get view rect. Should probably be renamed to like get world view. Get view rect in world. Alright, so we got the screen rect here, and then now we just go could probably scale it up a bit. Maybe. Or collision rect in world from entity. Yep, and then we just see if it's colliding. Cause that'll give us, yep. Okay. No, we actually want the view rect. Entity. Visual rect from entity. And that shifts into the world as well. Okay. Entity view. So now we go if really return shape dot collide screen rect entity view. Inside. Okay, that is now as smart as it can be. Or not. I think it's Jova. I think it is Jova, dude. GG. Wow, I'm gonna need to visualize that. Screen rect. No, okay, that's fucking dumb. It's view rect in weld. There we go. Okay, we are no longer getting McFucked, but the performance is trash. Also, it's not entirely working. So yeah, calling this for everything bit sus. Especially because like that gets cold. We're just doing a whole lot of making shit. Something a bit faster. Well, we can just check the pause, honestly. These trees are going to be a problem. Okay, let's maybe back out a bit and rethink things a little bit. Oh. That's why it's lagging. It's fucking logging shit, dude. I'm dumb. I was so confused there why that was so slow. It turns out we were just logging a metric fuckload of shit to the console. Yeah, cool. Well, I'm gonna bring back what I had earlier then. Wherever that was. So that should be fine. Perfect. Yeah, so that should be spot on, I think. Perfect. What about up top? Up top it's a little funky. But I could compensate by just increasing the size a little bit. Does it happen on the edge? No. Just up top. Makes me think that the view rect on this just is kind of fucked. I can't really be asked debugging it. It seems fine enough, so I'm just going to maybe scale up the screen rect a bit. I don't know. It's probably kind of scuffed. But a man's gotta do what a man's gotta do, man. Go, problem solved. Problem solved, dude. Alright. So that should be that. I reckon. Very nice. That has been a long time on the to-do list. Now it is finally done. Oh, I saw a pop. Maybe I'm tripping. I'm probably tripping. Okay. That is very nice. Yes, that was another thing on the to-do list. I gotta repair tiles naturally over time. So I tell you what, I'll also throw that on. I wasn't gonna do it, but I will. Just for you, Thomas. Move that up. Alright, widescreen chunk loading should be good. Make music happen every morning. Yes. We gotta do that, dude. They start music. It should be happening every morning. Or if it's less than 3, okay, that's dumb. 9 today, we should... Yeah, it's only happening on the first night, that's stupid. We also patch this up. Thank you. Alright. let's get a wide variety of music in, shall we? So you guys can have some comfy beats. These aren't gonna be final. I'm just gonna be placeholder. But they should be good enough to tickle the eardrums. So we want a... where is it? Day start music. So right now, it's just playing this. Which is fine, but we can do better. Let's turn off the Skyrim real quick. That's increasing by 4 dB, which is interesting. I guess I'll just maybe crank that by 4. Okay, what else do we want? Nice little jazz. That also works. Just kind of have to knock these guys down a fuckload. Yeah, it should be fine. There we go. More day start music. Very cool. Just got a nice little playlist with shuffling. We could also throw this guy in. Oh wait, I haven't even used this yet. That works. I just don't really like this song. Throw this in. Hey, hey, yo. That's some boss fight music right there. All right, so by the way, I'm kind of thinking maybe we add combat back into the game with enemies, but do it in a tasteful way. We'll see. That's on the to-do list. I want to try and do like kind of like dungeons that you run and the enemies give you nice resources. And then the dungeons can overflow, and so you could set up like spike traps at the front of it to automate it, like killing them and farming the specific resource. That would be really hype. It would add scope, but I think it would be in the right kind of vibe. We'll see. But I think the first thing I'm going to do today, after we get this patch in, is figure out a quest line, because a lot of people aren't really figuring out what to do, and some people aren't experiencing all the content. So, gotta have a bit more guidance in there, I think. And I think this would be good, even for the vets that know what they do, that know what to do, and they kind of like make their own goals throughout the game. I still think it'll be helpful. All right. So that is some new music beats every morning for you guys. Nice and comfy, hitting the eardrums. Did I build this? I think I did. There we go. That's one. Shit, I'll probably just play the same one, but that's fine. In theory, should be working. Okay. Maybe about animation stops working when they're not completely visible. I think I know the reason to this. I think I know the reason. Oh, maybe I don't. I would need to see a bug, like a visual of this, because I'm not sure what the problem is actually. Oh, okay. Well, that's that. Why though? I think I know why. So when you go off screen, these guys stop getting updated. Yeah. Because they're no longer hot. Therefore the animation doesn't get updated, so that to-do I have in here. Probably want to do something about this. Because this also means that like your factory stops when you go off screen, which we obviously do not want. We'll see. We will see what to do. Zidius, hey dong bro, what's going on? Murray. Good afternoon. Is that how you pronounce it? It's the elevator pitch for this game. There is none. Elevator pitches. Hey bro, want to play my game? Name right? Alright, sick. Murray. That's kind of like that. We would pronounce that. I don't even know what we pronounce that in Australia. Murray. Or you're an Aussie? You're in Brizzy. Murray. Or no, yeah, no, you are right. That pronunciation is how we pronounce it in Australia. Yes, you're correct. I rescind. But like I feel like I kind of read that as Murray. Actually, Murray would kind of be like that. Murray. Such a wild name, dude. Very fancy. Murray River. All right. Wait, so your name isn't pronounced like the Murray River? It's Murray. Or are these just two completely different pronunciations? Murray River. Like, is it pronounced different to the Murray River? Have you seen any of the BSC talks? I have. I watched, I skimmed through a couple. Murray River. Alright, cool. Also, what's up with underscore JPEG? Alright, we didn't tell anyone about that. You one by Ryan just dropped? Oh yeah. Let's do it, dude. Ryan Flurry. BSC. Huge. What's he talking about? Debugger visualization. Nice.
If you're looking at timestamps, it's a totally different experience than looking at like the thing you actually wanted it to do. It produces a, but there's another problem. Problem number 2.
That's me right now.
Time, and thus money and sanity. Also slow down the
This is a nice ass talk. I love these slides, dude.
Well, you can win and then expand into the.
I feel like
actually be. In Linux,
I feel like I want to watch this. Looks good. I'm gonna put that in the little entertainment bin. All right. Okay. I'm gonna need to do something with this. I feel like if I just is hot is equal to is entity on screen, and is hot entity on screen, or it's a building. I think that's going to be like the easiest way of doing things. So there we go. That fixes the problem. I guess plants aren't buildings, so now plants won't grow, which maybe sucks. So is building, or if it's a plant. And then that should solve that. Cool. Another one in the bag. Fix tooltip, and then fix shaded cracks. All right. All right, man. I've been meaning to fix these tooltips for a while. So this is just too small. And then in a bunch of different cases, it actually just goes off the edge, which is kind of wild. Yeah. Cobble block. So I gotta figure out why that tooltip's McFucked. That is this guy, I think. Let's just make sure we're in the right one. Yep. Nice. All right, let's fix this shit. Size is equal to 90. Size padded x. Size.x times it by 0.8. X plus equal the difference divided by 2. Yeah, well the reason is this guy is just not using the padded size, which is stupid. That's one little fix for the edge. Okay, nice. So now that's going off the bottom. Oh, great. I love this. So I tell you what, I'm just gonna increase the size. Call it a day. Yes, sir. Problem solved. I feel like this could be a little bit bigger. Am I crazy? Yeah, it's not bad. Alright, so that kind of fixes the problem for now. It looks really bad, but that's fine. You could also just make it smaller. It's not as absurd. Let's take a look at the cactus. Cactus resource. Okay. Can be fed to hull. Name, description, flavor. Well, that's why. Okay, well, I think we're good now. Alright. That should be fine. That's a good enough fix for the time being. Until we get the new UI system in and I just auto size it properly. Fix shader cracks issue. One last thing before the little patch. Let's see. So the problem is you'll accidentally hit shit and then just run out of like, yeah, there we go. So now we're running out of the shader cracks and it's fucking completely lagging the game. So I guess one solution is to up the amount of shader cracks we can have. The other is also just making this heal over time. I think it's defined in the shader. Should only be like 16 or something. Yeah, we just make this 32. At the very least. Shouldn't be too bad. I wonder if we make this like an insane fucking amount. Validation checks failed. Shader compilation failed. I actually wonder why it's crashing. Missing, shader missing or invalid. It just fails to compile, but we don't get like a proper error. Oh no, we do get an error. Unable to unroll loop. Loop does not appear to terminate in a timely manner. 409 iterations. Or unrolled loop is too large. Use the unroll attribute to force the exact high number. Right. Yeah, so it's gone a little bit nutty. What if we do 256? Maybe just 400. I'm just curious like what the performance looks like. It's over, dude. Alright, 300. It's still over. Actually, this might be... I don't know what this is. No, yeah, it's still needing that shader. Bro, it's really struggling. 128. Dude, how's this still bad? Something feels weird. Something feels funky here. If we go down to 32 and it still doesn't work, something fucked up. No, we're good. At what point does it shit the bed? And I'd be curious why it shits the bed. Alright, 64 is pushing it. Nope, there we go. It just takes a while to compile. Or probably because it's like trying to do some insane optimizations. That would make sense. Yeah, we can solve the problem by just having good repairing of these guys. So I think we could just go to the tile update. Just do this. Repair across time. Oh, to do ready. So, we'll probably just go, every time we hit, we just store the time. And we go, if the time since last hit is greater than like 3 seconds or something, then we'll repair it. That's what I think. Last hit time. Cool. So now we just got to hit last time. I don't really know how to do this. So ideally I'd do it at the tile level, but fuck it, we can do it right up at the shovel. Why not? That should do the trick. There we go, a long-awaited feature. Repairing of stuff with time. That needs to be not instant, but say 2 seconds, and then maybe like actually, yeah, we can maybe even do that. It's not bad. There we go. Problem solved. There we go. That is the V16 patch. Hopefully I didn't break anything, and hopefully that was just pure excellent fixing. Here's 0.16.1 patch. Did a fuckload of shit. Alright, let me commit that up. Push it up to Steam. For anyone who wants it. Did I make any changes to the game state? I think it should be fine. I think I actually added anything memory-wise. Yeah, no. Cool. Alright, playtest is getting shipped up now. And I'm gonna spend some time getting that uploaded to Steam. Should be up soon. Always feels good, clear to do in the comments. I agree. Yeah, that's been sitting in there like since the moment I added in destruction. And I've probably seen maybe like 3 people complain about it on Discord as well. So it's like, all right. Now is time. Now is time. Thomas, this feature's for you, bro. You pushed it over the edge. My general rule of thumb is when I see 3 different people complain about the same thing, I kind of just fix it. Like Daniel, he was complaining about the overflow. I'm like, okay, I'll fix it at some point. And then someone else complained about the overflow. Or actually, no. Kirara complained about the text interface being distorted because it was too small. So I actually meant to fix that at the same time, but I completely didn't. So that's an L. I could try and fix that now, but I've already uploaded it, man. I think. Tell you what, we'll do a last minute little patch. This will be 16.1 for real though. Uh, 0.5 or really 0.4. I think that should be the worst of the readability done. Yeah, so it's still a little bit hard to read, but at least it's not completely unreadable at this scale now. So slight readability improvement on Twitter. All right. Just redo that. While we're in the zone. Or them Jira tickets. More of a font issue than small text? It's a bit of both, yeah. I need to get like a proper font in. It's just I'm lazy, so there we go. Playtest on Steam, yeah. Exclamation point game. You can click on that. I'll take you to the Steam page, and you'll be able to hit join playtest and get in straight away. But wait for this patch to drop. I'm gonna go push it through now. Incoming. Do 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 do. Do do do. Where my phone at? Gotta do the 2-factor. Alright, Builder's Life. If you want to get it, play right now. You'll need to, and you've already downloaded, you'll need to restart Steam to get the patch ASAP. But yeah, there we go. Shipped. Let me do a do a little Discord ping. Changelog. Bunk. All of this. Furnace automation now fixed. Furnace automation. Made compactor automatable. Fix widescreen. Fix widescreen issues with rendering at the edges. Music now happens every morning. Fixed conveyor belt animations stopping when off screen. Fixed tooltip overflowing plus increased readability slightly. Ground now order repairs itself when not being hit. Okay, done. Let's chuck that in. Quick little patch. Thanks for all the reports. Okay. Sweet. All right, now the day starts. Oh yeah, now the day starts. Back to the next round of content and improvement. What are we gonna do? What are we going to do? Good morning, boys. Officially starting the day. 90 minutes in. Patch done. What are we doing? Clean stop. All right. Well, I was looking at some of the feedback. Let me pull it up real quick. Did a little AI summarization of the responses. Some pretty good stuff in here. I think like lack of progression / goals. That's probably a big one. Because this is just run out of game content. That's fine. We just got to add more content in. Repetitive gameplay. So I saw a couple people just get bored after unlocking the third chunk. So I've got to fix that. So probably need more content within the plains biome. And I think how I can do that is we'll add in early game sprinkler automation and maybe some kind of like early game enemies as well. I'm thinking enemies would, I don't know. I'm torn. I'm going back and forth between like, should I put enemies in the game or should it be cozy? Either way, if it's cozy, it just means like we need more base building kind of things and more automation and stuff, like more things to do, which I think is fine. Yeah, so I mean, it's probably just go do that first before adding enemies. I don't know. But it's a question of, well, will there eventually be enemies? If so, may as well get it started on that right now. So, yeah, I'm kind of torn a little bit. Not too sure what direction to go in. I mean, the funny thing is there's already enemies in the game. Like if I alt middle click, it'll spawn a slime, dude. Like, it's already here. I can't hit it though. So, I don't know. I could like bring in some enemies. Could also just do some more early game stuff. I think questline's probably the biggest one. Just to give a bit of direction. This will basically be taking the achievements and like visually putting them on like a skill tree and that you walk through. That's what I'm thinking. At the bare minimum, it's like a checkbox in the top right, and you tick it off. That's like the basics, but yeah. So I think that could help. Yeah, we'll see. We will see, man. We will see how it goes. Auto watering tools, yeah. So sprinkler would be good. Desire for more control over automation defining areas of effect. Yeah, so for the Suckatron, blacklisting items would be cool. Oh, inventory organization. Okay. So a while ago I had an inventory upgrade in. I need to like reintroduce this somehow. Re-add inventory upgrade. Some UX issues with holding the mouse button. Yeah. I don't think this is a big deal once you discover tools. I don't know. We'll see though. Yeah, there just needs to be more in the early game as well. Yeah. We'll see. But thank you to everyone who submitted the survey. I now know what to do next. Jai deploy an Odin app? Yes. You did just see a Jai deploy on an Odin app. It's a Jai script that builds and uploads to Steam. I wrote it ages ago with Arcana, so I just copied it across and I couldn't be fucked porting it to Jai. Or porting it to Odin. All right. Did you get access to Jai? You just gotta prove that you're working on an interesting project. And you're gonna seriously use it. Just slide into email. Like, hey yo. I use language. Okay, thanks. Alright. I'm going to leave this in the capable hands of you guys real quick. Alright, hold up. Let me get this Suckatron sucking good, dude. Alright, I want to see how much gold I get by the time I get back. Is this working? It should be. Why isn't the Suckatron doing anything? Oh, there is no Suckatron. That's the problem. My bad. Alright, guys. Go off to my base. I want to see how long it takes before the game crashes. It'll probably just crash at some point. Hold up. No, I'll just let it run. We'll see. Actually, I could put a just put one of these guys down. Problem solved. Alright. BRB. Yo, what up, gamers? So I was taking a fat dookie. How's the farm going, bro? You guys been keeping an eye on it for me? Dude, we're stacked. 1,000 coins? That's huge. Okay. Well, we're at a crossroads. Uh-oh. I really did just push an update that is broken, didn't I? God. Try and fix some things, break some other things. You know how it goes. God damn it. Bro, what happened? What happened, bro? Oh, that is what happened. Init with max health, please. I'm a little bit silly. I'm a little bit silly. Alright, let me push that up real quick. The hottest of hot fixes. Mine's not hot. It's intent behavior, not all entities getting sucked in the hole in the gold. No. Everything should be getting sucked in. Unless it's full or out of range. All right, let me push that hotfix real quick. Okay, hotfix is up. I love the speed at which I can push updates. It's kind of insane how quick that is. Right, boys. Let's get to it. So, we are at square one once again. A blank whiteboard. I've got like a vague idea of what to do next. Let's get it. Okay, what to do? So, questline, sprinklers, electricity and redstone. I think that's probably going to be the biggest one, honestly. Like some kind of electricity system. That would be pretty huge. We also need to put filters on the Suckatron. Oh no, I'm getting put into the hole. What do we think, chat? Electricity? Questline? Or sprinklers and water piping? Chainsaws. Mr. Days the Sisyphus game. God damn. That's a throwback. Electricity sounds pretty pog. It does. Does. It would be pretty hype because I think I want to basically do Minecraft Redstone, but electricity. Electricity has the most potential. Power lines and shit, yeah. Maybe. Maybe. I would also like to add sprinklers. But I mean, you can kind of automate watering with the water, so sprinkles would be kind of useless. I mean, that would probably be a bit more efficient, but solar farms, yeah. So like, electricity would be good because it would give you a lot of content. Because like you'd have to make the generators, you could have solar panels or whatever. You could use some of your excess produce as biofuel. That'd be cool. And yeah, it would just be a whole new system to do, which would be cool. I also really want to do the quest line. But that's probably not the constraint of playtime right now. Yeah, if we do electricity, then we can add in copper. That's a whole new resource to do, which would be awesome. In fact, I would probably make copper the resource that you get from the arid biome in the trees there. And then make the current resource one that you get in the plains just like iron. Yeah, so that seems like a good idea to me. Let's do it. Let's do it, dude. Let's open up a sprite and let's get a little freaky with it. Thank you, whoever that was. CS Mike. Thanks for the prime, man. Cool. Okay, let's open up a sprite, my favorite place to go for adding in new content. It's content time! Yeah! Yeah, it's content time, man. Let's do this. Beautiful. Get that nice looking new workbench in, man. Very nice. Okay, so it's content o'clock, eh? I think first thing I'm going to try and do is maybe like figure out the wiring and like how everything works. That's what I think. We'll see. Need a nice clean workbench to think, you know? How will this work? So, I mean, I was thinking of doing something like this, like the power line poles, but I almost want to just make it wiring on the ground, kind of like Minecraft Redstone. You just place each of these blocks individually. And it'll just bake it into the ground so that you can still place stuff on top of it if you want. Yeah, and then there's like, feels like there's a little bit more room for you being able to pull off cool shit. Like, for example, you could put a switch on this tile. To basically like cut off the wire if you want, right? I think that would be kind of cool. So you could probably also do a similar thing to Factorio where you have like never get this centered properly? That's centered, right? Yeah. We have like a big substation thingy, and then it just powers everything in a nearby radius. So it wouldn't look as cool as power lines going everywhere, but it would look sleek. Because, you know, we could kind of like embed this into the ground. That might look cool, you know. And then maybe, you know, if you wanted to do long distance, you could even do power lines. Like you'd make like a little power line thing, and then this would connect to another power line like all the way over here. That way you didn't have to waste the wiring throughout the entire thing. Who knows? Who knows? But basically, we're going to start having some machines require power to run, right? Like these guys. The harvesters. And so because of that, you need to like power this somehow, right? So this is completely powerless. So how does one actually power this? Well, I feel like you could hook it up to a grid like that if you wanted. And then to power it, you'd need a generator of some sorts. So that's where this guy would come in. I wonder if we could do fall off. So like, you know, our redstone's got like the different levels. Like you'd need to put like a relay or something here to keep it going. Anyway, this entire thing would probably be copper. Like that. I like the idea of the relays, yeah. We'll see. I'll just keep him chill for now. You could also have all kinds of fun things where you could say this guy is a timer. So you would set like an interval and it would let current through on a tick. So you could do interesting things with that. But yeah, it would just be a matter of like driving the entire system with a bunch of random little things. Oh. All right, we're gonna do a quick little chat break. quick little chat break. Run an ad and then we'll sit and chat for a little bit. What's going on, boys? How we doing? The Twitch peeps again slammed with 3 minutes of ads right now, which is great. We'll be back in a sec. All right. Howdy. How is it going? How are we doing? Natural trees have a role in the electric system, act as relays, run a wire up them or something from jumbo tree to tree. True. Live trees were used for that purpose. I know, I want to do something with these glow roots. I think this is what the wiring will like. I think this is one generator that I would like to do. Basically just make it so that it only produces at night. It's like an inverted solar panel. And you just get like a bunch of these and you craft this big ass fucking root thing that like taps into the ground and harvests the energy. At nighttime. I don't know exactly what that would look like, but just call it like a I don't even know. Glow root generator. Or something like that. Why is that? Why is that like that? What's happening here? Why is that completely zeroed? Weird. So confused. Huh? Bro, what the fuck is happening right now? No idea, man. No idea. Yeah, I don't really know what this would look like, but that's one idea for a generator. And then we got to think about like, what's the unit? How's it being stored? And all that shit. So we need some kind of like battery to store the shit. We need some kind of like idea of like how the entire electricity thing gets stored. Yeah. This might be a bit twicky, but I'll figure it out. I don't know what I'm doing. But that's a interesting little thing. It's a machine frame or something, I don't know. Dude, why is that? Hello? Thank you. Could be a battery of sorts. Yeah, and then I guess the machines would just kind of consume it. And like, that's that. Right? So this would just consume it at like a rate of like whatever, right? I would keep it very simple. I'm not gonna like force the play to do a bunch of math. I'm just gonna like do a very simplified version of how things work. So let's say you got 10 of these guys stored in here, right? This produces at a rate of like 2. This can store maybe up to 100 or whatever. But let's say it's got 10 in right now, and then this consumes at a rate of like 3 or something, right? Or even like 1. So 2 of these guys could power 2 of these guys. Oh, sorry, 1 of these guys could power 2 of these guys, right? And then this consumes at a rate of like 1 per second. And this is 2 per second. And then this is just how much is stored, right? Yeah. Thing is, you kind of need like a like if this were plugged directly in without any kind of connection to a battery, what would happen? Like, how would I calculate this? Like this 2 per second, right? It puts it out. Is there just a base amount, I guess, stored in the entire grid? Probably. Like you just have the wires themselves as a group store like 10 or whatever. I don't know. I guess like as a collective, this entire thing would store like 10, I don't know. Maybe it's literally in the wire so that it actually flows through the wire. that might be even better. I don't know. Not sure. Because, yeah, you could basically make it so that this entire thing is like cellular automata. Which might be interesting. Like, even just on the high chunk level. You could even go so far as to, like, simulate the actual pixels. Which would be kind of insane. Like, this produces 2 every second. And you can visibly see 2 right there, and it just moves along the wire, and then it'll just like build up wherever. This could be kind of interesting. Like overkill as fuck, but kind of interesting. Cause then like you would physically see the electricity, and that could be pretty cool. You guys ever just have an itchy ear? Me too, man. Me too. I am human. I am human, just like many other human. That could be interesting because then, okay, so this 2 would flow down here. And it has a choice. So like 1 would split here, 1 would split here. And then this would go all the way down the end here. Right? And it would be like that, right? Now the interesting thing here is that it would also just go the end. And like sand, it would literally be like a falling sand sim. But it would just sideways stack like that. And another one would come along. Bonk. And then another one would come along. Bonk. And it would just do that. Eventually to the point where this entire thing gets backed up. And now the 2 coming down here, they both go this way. Same thing happens here. Splits down, 1 goes here, 1 goes here. And then this guy goes down into here. Well, that's not what I was talking. That's not what I was thinking. But this guy would get stacked up, right? So now 2 would go this way. Eventually, it would go down here. So 2 would go into here, and then this would get consumed, and it would be running for the next second. Right? That would be kind of fucking insane. In like the coolest way possible. Like, that would be so sick. That would probably be the most dope electricity system I've ever seen in a game. And I've done fallen sand before. But it wouldn't be too hard. What, you going to release the game for free on Steam? If you price it, will the people in the beta test get to play for free? No. The playtest will stop at some point. At some point when it is no longer needed. But I need it now. The game is bad. I need help improving it, man. But yeah, I have no idea how much it's going to be. No idea, yeah. It's a differentiator between electric particles along the wire and belts in terms of game mechanics. I don't know what you mean by that. Or between the electric particles and along the wires and belts. Or, okay. It would just behave way differently. Like, it's just a different thing to think about, I guess. Because like this, it will just automatically branch off the two. Like, you can't do this with a conveyor belt. Unless you had like a splitter, I guess. But this will be more designed for like literally just electricity, right? I could do the same thing for fluids as well. I could reuse the fluid. Like a similar logic for the fluids. You could even get into situations where like you have to physically increase the size of the wire for it to flow better. It'd be kind of insane. There could be some interesting things that come out of this. I wonder how a battery would work then. Don't know. If I had an unlimited amount of time, I would do this and enjoy every second of it. Dude, it just seems so cool. I kind of just want to do it. But maybe I get a simplified version of this in first. That is an interesting idea. So, how's the simplified version work? Or you could literally visualize the relays as well. Because like at this stage you begin like too far. So it would kind of slow down. And then it would just stop right here. So then you'd be like, oh okay, there's a kink. I gotta chuck in a relay. And then bang, and then whoosh, it accelerates out. That would be awesome. Should we just make it pulse to the machine with the shortest connection to generators that's making energy? Yeah. I don't know. You just need simple rules for it to work. Yeah. I'm trying to think like how you actually simulate it and like what are the rules, because you wouldn't make it follow actual electricity. I don't think it'd be too hard, because like if that's the case, then like every particle would need to know like where it should go. in total versus just where it should go next. Where it should go next at a local is like way easier to simulate, right? Kind of run into trouble when you're like, okay, well, there's a machine over here, a machine over here, there's two over here, so we got to figure out, okay, which way do we go? Then you kind of fucked, right? But yeah, anyway, that's an interesting idea. I'm table it for now, and I want to think about how the electricity network works in general. You totally also have an early game generator that is just something that you punch, and each hit just generates like a small amount of energy. That would be super cool. That would be awesome. Like a manual hand crank. You just like whack it. You just whack it off, bro. And that gives you power. Powers your farm. Hand crank that shit, dude. That would be fucking hype. Okay, I'm actually kind of convinced now that like this is gonna add so much to the game. Alright, I still gotta think about how I can do a simplified version of the electricity. Because, like, the input and output is fine. I just need to figure out, like, in terms of, like, the network, like, how does this shit work? Like, I could just skip straight to the detailed doing this with cellular automata. Might be kind of hype. I don't know. ADK, bro. You could do a higher level version of it, actually. So, like, instead of the literal pixels, you do it in, like, chunks like this. So then you could kind of break it down and say, okay, well, each wire can store like 3, right? Or whatever. 4. Sure. And now so we can say that's 4. In each wire. Or even just 1. Like you could just break it up into like off and on. So like 1 and 0, right? So it's like, okay, is powered. That's probably where we start, I think. Is powered. Cool. This produces like 1 power every second. So it goes 1 out here. And now this flows down to here, down to here, down to here, right? And it just goes. Like 1, 1, 1, 1. Can't go that way. Okay, so then it just goes down 1. And now it tries to decide which way to go. So it'll go bang, bang. Like it might just split off. Who knows? Like it'll alternate. So it'll go this way once and then this way the other time. It might be kind of hard to figure out like direction. Because like at what point does it get backed up, right? It might be hard. Because like what if you do this? What happens there? So, okay, on. And it would split this way or this way. So then it would be going back this way. Dun, 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 dun. And then it would like clog up against something over here. Or like bounce off each other and go back. So yeah, that seems kind of weird. So I wonder how that could be solved. Well, it could just be a rule of like, okay, if this is powered, it spreads out to the entire thing. And then when we consume it, it kind of just consumes the entire thing. I don't know. I don't know, man. You could also just say that this has some kind of network underneath it that's just chilling there. I don't know, man. Yeah, kind of confused by this. Like, I don't really know how to solve for like direction, I guess. Because if we have something that loops back around, like then what? Then we have one going this way, but we have one coming this way. What happens when they collide? Just make them flip? I mean, it would make sense, right? Or just make one override the other, I don't know. Either way, you would now have this coming back this way, but then more stuff coming this way. So it would just keep going up the chain until this would be going back this way, but it would have nowhere to go. So it would get stuck. I don't know. It would be interesting to simulate this and like see actually what happens. We could also just give everything a direction, and that would probably solve it. I mean, then at that point, it's just conveyor belts. That feels kind of weird. Like, wires don't have a direction. That's fucking stupid. I mean, like, I guess you could do the thing where you go from a generator and you radiate outwards. You say, okay, this has like a value of like 10, and then this one has a value of 9, and then 8, and then 8, 7, 7. And then it'll always just move to the one with the highest value. So then you could effectively do that potential thing, right? So then it would always move to the highest value. So even if this loops around, it would always just shoop, go back there. I don't know. Still doesn't really solve the collision problem, but I think it's fine. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Is there a way I can simplify this even further? Yeah, I can just say that, hey, there's everything connected here is just under the one grid. So we just have this one kind of big bucket grid structure, which has a value of amount. And everything that's connected to the grid, if it's a producer, it just increases this. If it's a consumer, it just decreases this, right? Like, that's it. And then the wiring is just to connect everything up. So then a grid, you would kind of have an array of grids, because like if you had an extra wire over here that wasn't connected to anything, but it had like its own thing, then this would just be a different network, right? So then what happens when you meet two networks? I guess you just add one of them into the other. That's probably it. Yeah. That's, I think, probably V1 of electricity. It would be really interesting to simulate it, but like, it would only... It wouldn't really add anything gameplay-wise. It would just be cool. I mean, it would add something gameplay-wise, because then you have to like very carefully control the flow, and it would look cool. It would be cool. It would be pretty fucking hype, if I'm being real. See if I can solve this in an easy way. So this is moving around this way. Say we have two different things moving in each direction, right? That's an arrow. They're gonna collide. What happens? Well, they probably just see that they're at the end, and they stop moving, and they cancel each other out, and now they're stuck there. And now what happens when this guy moves along? He also gets stuck and clogged up. And then the whole thing just gets clogged up. All the way back to the battery. You could actually just make this explode. I don't know. Like if two different directions hit each other, then they just explode. I don't know. That seems kind of weird though, because like what if you have, like what if you legit just have a battery, like a producer over here. Now these two are trying to like go in different directions and kind of clog up. I don't know. You could just do the... I think there was a set of rules which would make this entire thing work, and it would look cool, and it would be fine. Like, I think one of those rules would be like, if it's a consumer, wait. Again, I don't really know, because you would kind of need some kind of like value thing of like where to go. I don't know. Yeah, it would just get complicated, I think. I mean, yeah, to solve the problem, you could just have the rule of like, yeah, if two things collide, then the wire explodes. There is always just a direction that it is going. I don't know. We'll workshop it, man. G'day, the default gnome. Thanks for all the feedback, by the way, man. That was good. Following standard algorithm, you don't need a directional fill algorithm, etc. It's a wise. Yes. Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking. Like the simplest version of this is wire, okay, on. For each on, just propagate outwards into things that are off. So there we go. That now moves down to that one, right? And then that one to that one. But I guess how do you determine which way it moves? Because like it's very clearly following a direction here, right? Like what's stopping this from just moving back this way now? Right? Like okay, this goes on. And now it can only move in this direction. Cool. But now it could even move in this direction or this direction. So how does it decide? You could have a little history of like where it came from and you just say, hey, don't go that way. So then it could go that way. And then that way. And then that way. But now if it's not going where it came from, it's stuck. Well, I guess go where it comes from if it can't go anywhere else. Okay, so then it goes back that way. But now where does it go? Well, it could either go this way or this way, and it doesn't have memory of it going this way earlier because it's now old. So now you're kind of fucked. It goes this way, and this way, and this way. But then it probably just goes back this way. I mean, I guess then it just infinite loops in this part. I don't know. Until it all fills up completely. And now, I don't know. It's tricky. It's tricky, man. I don't know. I would have to like actually stop modeling the simulation and try to do something. Well, I guess the main problem here is that this gets backed up. Now, what happens when it produces something? Well, it kind of can't, because it can't, locally it sees that it's full and then it just won't put anything else out. Well, actually, no. This guy would see that's not, and then it would be forced to move down this way. Thus, kind of unbottlenecking it, right? So it would actually be smart and kind of go where it needs to go eventually, I think. But then like this would get bottlenecked. Like so. And then you wouldn't be able to produce anything from here. Because like, let's say, okay, got another battery over here, right? What happens here? Like this could essentially just clog up that way. And now how the hell does this even come out? At this point, it's starting to just feel like fluid simulation. It would be really cool if I could model this and get it right. But how important is that? Maybe someone in the community can make a mod called Better Electricity that does all of this. And succeed where I failed. I think this would be super cool. It would be like actual simulated quote unquote fluids through the entire system. It would be hype as fuck. Alright. We're gonna run a quick little ad break and then I'm gonna be back to talk about this more. I will re-chat in 3 minutes. BRB. Howdy. Okay. Tree is a graph. Find shortest path from producer to consumer, and you send resources that way. Right. Yes. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of thought that could be put into this, but I don't think it's really priority. I think just do the simple network. That's just a single variable, and you add and subtract from it, and like that's all. Just give it a crack, bro. Make the game bussin'. It would. It would be a really interesting thing to put in the game, but I want to do a simplified version of it first, just to move on. And then, yeah, tackle it another day, I think. I'll leave this up to anyone who feels like doing it. I'm going to open source the game at some point, and it should be pretty easy to mod. And for all the good mods that get added, I may just include them in the base game. Who knows? I think if you just had a good modding API and like a good way to download stuff, that'd be cool. It's kind of all you really need. Okay, so what am I doing? Single network, I think, is probably the play. Because I can't figure out how to make the wire flow decent without it shitting the bed. Also, just implementing like a literal pixel simulation for this would be a little bit of a nightmare. It would probably take me like, in total, 2 or 3 days to get this working. Double it and now you got the real answer. So it'd probably be a week of work. And I ain't about to do that, man. I don't think the ROI will be there. So, yeah, how does this simple thing work? Really, we just have a grid. Like you just kind of loop through each thing, each wire. and construct a grid, really. Should be relatively easy. If you find two grids together, then you just merge them. Like that's all you need. This problem's kind of pissing me off. I'm like thinking about like the sim. I'm trying to think how the fuck I solve this. Because fundamentally the problem is, I think, we have this coming out this way, right? It would essentially get like backed up. I don't know. I actually have no idea. Yeah, it would just be a flow thing. Like the whole thing would just be limited by like the rate at which the whole thing flows, which is fine. Like if this guy consumes like 1 per second, goes like bonk, then like the whole thing would just spread out that way. I guess like what happens if this is full and you put stuff into it, but it can't go anywhere? I guess that's fine. It just doesn't do anything. I'm still a bit confused about what happens when it goes in a circle. Because then it would just come back this way and then go against something. Oh, right. The problem here was like, how do you determine which way it goes? Because like this could very quickly go this way, and now that's backed up. Actually, it wouldn't back up because it would then just flow back the other way and go down this way. Maybe. Like you could solve this entire thing by like having, again, the consumers kind of radiate outwards and give you like a trail to follow. So yeah, right, then it just turns into a bit of a graph thing. Then you just follow that, right? Like this would radiate out. So you would always just move to the one with the highest number. I don't know. It would, at this point, you'd have to start like properly simulating it and like finding the problems and solving the bugs. Like it's hard to map this entire thing in my brain. I'm kind of fucking stupid. And I don't want to invest time in that. Like it would be cool, but I don't think it would add much. I don't know. It would add a lot. Simple thing first though. So, okay. Big graph. Sorry, big network. Let's just get it going. So, to prototype this guy out, I think I'll just probably get a kind of wire thing. We will call this a wire. Definitely a wire. Do 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 do. Okay, wire. So I'll place a bunch of those down, and then we also want things like this guy, which I'm just gonna call this like a random like generator thing. Just have it kind of magically generate a bunch of shit right now. Test generator. Alright, so we've got these three things. Let's do it. Go time. Test generator, while, and that's kind of all I need for now. I'll make a new file. Electric.odin. Just gonna put all my shit in there. Okay. So we got that. Now time for the magic generator. So there we go. Okay. So we've got that. Now it's time to just make a little electric system thing, I think. So the grid can get reconstructed every frame, I think. We just need to hold on to the state of the electricity. So we can make it so that the grid's actually in the entity, and then the entity just copies it out across everything at the start of the frame. Maybe. I don't know. Trying to think of the easiest way to program this in. Let's see. Loop through all conductors, creating loop through all conductors. Adding to an array. Add to array. For each conductor. Wait. For each conductor, add while there's one not attached to grid. Pop off, add to grid, search neighbor, add to grid. If grid found, merge everything in grid with new grid. Exit to next. And that would be the algorithm for like creating all the grids, I think. Then the next question is like, where's the data for the grid stored? It's like all these grids in quotes can get reconstructed every frame, but how do we persist it? You kind of need like at the end, look at all grids. My brain hurt you, man. You kind of just need to make it so that, like, for all of the ones that don't have a grid, like a grid parent, you just make a grid parent on the spot. And then, yeah, if you find it connecting to one that already has, or that has a different parent, then you merge the two together. Going through and updating everything in the grid. Okay, this officially hurts my brain. But may as well just do it. It shouldn't be too hard. Shouldn't be too hard, man. So I'll get a new flag. Say electricity conductor or something. I don't know. What about something that gets split in half? So you've got these two guys, they're on the grid. This guy's good, yay parent, yay, yay, yay. But now it's like bang. Now they're both pointing the same grid, but they shouldn't. Who gives? IDK, man. IDK. Yeah, so I don't like the idea of storing the handle of the grid in each entity, because then we're kind of fucked. So is there a way I can just reconstruct the grid every single frame and also store the data? I think if I use the grid position, like literally the tile pause, and like cache it in that. I don't know. No, it's still running the same problem. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's probably one of those things I need to walk away for a bit, come back to it. Day's gone up quite a lot. Get big dinner. Yeah. We've had many large donations, thanks to the people, over the last few days. Cranking. Plenty of runway. Nitrix. What if the machines drain power from the binds? Wires of a charge? You simulate charges balancing from high to low. Yeah, because this might actually be an easier problem to solve than like trying to like create networks and then having to split them and join them. Let's see. So this would consume like -1, right? So now this is -1. I mean, fundamentally, it's still the same problem of like, well, actually, yeah. Okay, fine. -1, right? And then everything else is 0, right? So, or you could even say the resting of this is 3 if you don't want to go negative, right? So now this goes down to 2, and so now. This 3 then flows into 2 to make it 3. But in the process, this becomes 2. So then something else flows into it. Yeah, I mean, we're just simulating still at that point, which is fine. It might be easier just to rip the simulation and just try it that way, because like it's easy to model. It's really easy to model. Whereas if I'm trying to do like a network, you have this meta thing of this entire thing, collection of things is in a group. Now you have to remember to like, when we split this and delete this entire thing, what happens to the group? Right? You gotta, oh, okay, well, now I gotta cut it in half and figure out how to reconstruct this group and this group. And it's such a fucking pain in the dick. It's way more state heavy. Whereas if we just flip it on its head and we just think locally and enforce some simple rules, then that might be easier to do. And that has the benefit of like, you could go as low as you want. You could literally go down the pixel level and simulate it. But you know, I'd start with just the Ys themselves, right? Yeah. Cause like, the network thing is gonna be fucking tough, dude. There's gonna be so much bugs. Okay, let's think about just simulating it. And I'll see if I can't get that working pretty easily. We'll see. Construct the groups fresh each frame if you can afford it. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was going to do. Anyway, it's just how then do you store state and how do you decide which group gets priority and stuff, and it's like, I don't know. It's a lot of thinky. A lot of thinky, man. Like everything water powered. Nah, it's kind of weird. I want to overload the water, but I do want to do liquids at some point. It'd be cool. All right, let's think about this again. So it might actually be easier. So, produce. It finds a wire to put this into. Goes, oh, okay, there's a wire here. Let's chuck it in here. Nice. +1. Right? Very cool. Now, this is sitting at 0. So, therefore, Your Honor, this 1 will flow down into 0 and become 1 in the process, making it 0. Okay? And so on and so forth. So, here, here. At this stage, this is 0, this is also 0. So it would maybe flow into here and go 1, and then in the process it would be going back to 0, so it would go here. But now it would need to decide whether to go up this way or down this way. And let's say for argument's sake, it does the bad thing and it goes back up this way. Okay, well now it'll just go back up until this is 1, and then another one comes in. Okay, and now this becomes 2. Now the 1 flows out of here, 2 goes into 1. Okay, so now at this stage this guy becomes 2. And this guy becomes 1. And this guy is 0. Where's it gonna go? It's gonna go down here. Very nice. So yeah, you could repeat that and it would just go all the way down. Yeah, so that would solve the backup problem, I think. Because like this would just add a second layer. So this would go from 1 to 2. Therefore, the 2 would spread down here. 2, 1, 0. It would go into here, and then it would go back to here. Actually, no, it would literally, the 2 would hit here, and it's like, okay, where's it going? Well, it's going here. Okay, great. And then now it would go all the way down here. And then this would see that this guy is 1, and it'd be like, oh shit, we got something we can consume. Nice. Bang. Now that's 0. Now it's gonna get replaced. Okay, huge. That would work. That would 100% work. You just think about it in terms of like, not just 1 or 0, but like amounts, right? And then that would solve the problem of shit getting backed up. Yeah. Dude, this is probably how Factorio does it with the pipes as well. You know, like the liquid pipes. That's probably the algorithm. That would work, dude. That would work. That would be a GG. All round. An all round GG. Like, it would solve the backup problem. It's like, this is all 1, right? And now it sees that it's 1 and it can't produce. But if we say, hey, that's not the rules anymore, bucker. We're making this 2. So we're going even darker, bro. Yeah. And now it's like, oh shit, bro. God damn. God damn, dude. Fuck. And then it flows out. Everything just tries to equalize. So, in the end, it's fine. Solved. Easy win. Does the flow of electricity happen immediately or is there a delay? There will be a delay. Where it steps. So that we can see how the flow looks like. It would also be really cool. Factorial electrical networks are instant. It's just a consumer produced normal comparison deterioration if ratio is less than 1. I'd be curious to read up about it and see how it actually works. How does factorial electricity work in programming? I want like not the normie stuff. How is the factorial programmed? What's the algo? Grouped into networks. Meh. I also don't know if this is legit, but makes sense that you kind of need the network. How does the factorial fluids get programmed? What's the algo? Pressure-based flow simulation over graph connected entities. Right. Well, I have an idea in my head for how it works, so. I'm just gonna try it out, and we'll see. Alright, we're gonna have a quick break, and we're gonna get stuck into the programming for it. All right. Who's ready? I got a also lemon soda here, but yep. Let's fucking do it. Let's do it. So what's interesting about this approach is, in theory, once I get the high level correct, you could zoom in on the pixels and literally just pixel simulate the entire thing, and it would be kind of fucking silly, dude. And then also reuse the system for fluids, but like have a bigger pipe and like add a bit of gravity to it, and it would just look so cool. Fucking just getting moved through the entire thing. It would be insane. It would be a little bit fucking bonkers, dude. NGL. It also wouldn't be that difficult. Knock on wood. We'll see. He says, 1 moment later. You want some lemon soda? Come to Thailand and get some lemon soda then, dude. That's where it's at. Struggle to build. My man, thanks for the 3 months of tier 1, dude. That's nutty, man. Appreciate it. Alright. Let's hit it. Let's run this shit. So, this is going to be a lot easier, I think. We just go for each conductor. Well, first we need to get some stuff into the system. So for each producer, produce it into a nearby wire. Northeast, southwest. Okay. So now that we've actually got something for each conductor, I would say check northeast, southwest, northeast, southwest. If it's less than, spread into it. Really, and yeah, you can make it visually behave a little bit better by like just checking the south one first. I don't know. So then it would look like it was flowing down, kind of. I don't know. Anyway. But yeah, spread into it. If it's less than, spread into it. So that way, if you had like the worst case scenario, I don't know if this is the worst case, but it is a case. Producer over here, spreads into conductor here, and there's a conductor down here, and a conductor up here. Worst case, it goes in here, and then it goes straight up here. But now this is 1, this is 0. Next time, it'll spread down to the 0. Right? And even if you had another conductor up here, this would go from 1 to 2. So then the 2 would spread down to 1. And then this would go up to 2. And then the 2 would go down to the 0. Right? So it would be, yeah, it's just balancing it across an entire network, which is fine. For each conductor, check. If it's less than, spread into it. That's really it, honestly. Yeah. Now that I think about it, this is literally how you solve the fluid sim issue. Bro, I literally had this like exact issue when I was doing pixel sim like 5 fucking years ago. I like couldn't figure this out. But if you just, instead of making it 1 or 0, like you just make it an extra number and then you spread out the pressure, and then that makes sense. You pressurize the thing. I don't know what the term is for it, but you balance it out across everything. So technically, you could add a block of sand on top of some sand, and it would now be like double sand, and it would try and like spread out. Right? I think the issue that I had with this was that like it was hard to get water to feel good because it was just spreading so slowly.
Keep writing that sexy code.
Oh, I will, man. I will. Just for you, Mr. Betamax. I'll keep on writing them, bro. Spreading happens before producing? Yeah. Alright, Nitrix. Alright. You get that one. Dude, thanks for 20. Appreciate it. Look at that. Up to 48 days. Thank you, Mr. Max. Appreciate it, man. Technically, this is not how electricity works. Shh. Alright? We don't need to tell him that. This is a video game, alright? This is how it works in this world. So technically, you're incorrect because it does work this way because I'm about to fucking program it this way. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Technically, you're wrong in this world. I'm God. Okay. For each conductor, let's get this going. Get all them hot ants. Oh yeah, that's hot. Oh, that's hot. If E electricity conductor. Say power level, sure. If E dot power level is not equal to 0, then we're gonna spread out power. We're gonna spread it out.
I like money.
Any tips on how to treat this messed up rash?
How to treat what? The TTS didn't hit that shit, bro. Or messed up rash. I don't know, man. I think you're on your own there, but thanks for the $5. Power level not equal to 0. Or really? I don't know. I'm just gonna do something. Could probably make it like while power level not 0. No, I don't know. I don't know, ma'am. Nah. Okay. So tile add pause plus offset neighbor returns a vec2. Let's say offset tunnel direction offset. Yeah, there we go. Much better. There we go. So we've got a neighbor pause, and then we'll say neighbor entity if is valid. Neighbor entity and electricity conductor is in the flags. And the power level is less than what our power level is. Spread. What if it's equal to? Oh, if it's equal to, then it should do nothing, right? Yeah. Of course. Otherwise, that'd be fucking stupid, bro. Okay. So then we spread. So we go neighbor entity power level plus equal 1, and then our power level take away equal 1. So now I guess it'll go try and go like south as well then next and be like, yo, if we still have power, then I guess we can spread down there as well. It's fine. So it'll pressurize a bit. That's cool. What does pressurize mean? Does it mean spreading pressure out and equalizing? Produce or maintain raised pressure artificially. So raising the pressure? Can pressurize be used to say it's equalizing pressure? Probably not, right? Yes? It's not direct synonym. While pressurize means to increase the pressure of a space, equalizing pressure specifically refers to the process of making the pressure the same in two or more spaces. Equalizing pressure often involves pressurizing in one space to match the pressure in the other. Pressurizing is just for increasing the pressure in a given space. Okay, that makes sense. So, yes. Not really. We are depressurizing. Ah, depressurizing or pressurizing. I see. In reality, we're equalizing the pressure across all these guys. The power. Okay. Honestly, that should be the entire fucking electricity system done. Like, that's kind of absurd how simple that is. That's a little bit bonkers, dude. Because really, all you need to do for a producer then as well is just, it's still a conductor. You just plus 10 into the power level. And now it'll just spread out. That's insane. That's actually really cool. I don't even need to do the producer. And the consumer's the exact same. It's just you take away. Wow. This entire thing has been solved with just this. Me likey. Let's see if it actually works. Update electricity. Or just update power system. Sure. Okay. I'm gonna do that right here, I think. Maybe. Or maybe I'll do it at the end of the frame. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, I'll do it here. Who cares? Potato, potato, man. Okay. So now I need to visualize what is happening with these guys. I think the easiest way to do that, honestly, is probably like light level. Really. Let's see. I wonder if I could do that. I don't know why I fucking made this a thing. This is the most useless shit ever. Like, it should just happen in the render. Kinda stupid, but oh well. So it's just pushing a light. So we'll say for each conductor, spread out the electricity, and then I guess I could draw it. Draw light stuff. We go from 1 to 3. Or if that'll work. So, now what I want to do, I want to be able to dig this guy up. I cannot. I cannot. Oh no. Alex doesn't have the, okay. Moment of truth. Just to make this look a bit better, I want to, or a bit easier to debug, I'm gonna do a run every seconds, so it'll only happen every like half a second. We'll do an update. All right, so now I want this to produce. So how I do that, I think. So really I could just do one of these to begin with, 'cause I don't really know what I'm doing. Alright, let's see. Oh, I've got to take this guy out. Really, I need a lighting for power system. Sure. It's definitely doing something. Definitely doing something. Yeah, I probably need... Lighting's a bit too inconsistent. It's a bit too hard to see because they're so close together. But, I mean, I guess I could probably just make this like 10. Something looks weird here. Oh, it's totally like moving down here and then skipping it straight away. Because it's next up. How do I stop that from happening? Wonder how I did this in the past. You could just say like, yo, did it change this frame? If it did, then like skip it. But chill, bro. I don't know. God, it burns. No, it's not doing diagonals. It's just doing northeast, southwest. The thing that's happening is like it's going down here and it's going down here, but in the same frame, this next thing is getting updated, so then it decides to move to the next thing. So it's like, yeah, it's a bit weird. You solve this in falling sand, I think, by going bottom up. I think. I'm not sure. I think that's what I used to do. Yeah, I'm not really sure how you solve this problem. Top down, because I mean you could just say we changed, we moved in this level. Thanks, bro. We've already had our pressure, added this frame so you can chill. But then it might be kind of hard to spread the pressure out. Alright, well, let me ask ChatGPT, see if there's any solutions. I have a top-down 2D grid. One pixel has a pressure of 10. Its goal is to spread out to neighbors. Top, bottom, left, right. What's the algo? Oh, you create a copy of it, that's right. And then at the end you swap it in. Right. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I remember now. So I could do like a really scuffed next power level. That way we go neighbor, entity, next power level is equal to whatever we currently have, +1. And then ourself, we go next power level is equal to what we currently have, take 1. Right? So then at the end, we just go if it's not equal to 0. I think that should be fine. It's kind of scuffed, but it's alright. Wait, wrong one. There you go. That's pretty cool. So now we just gotta make it stop. We'll say max power level 9,000. No. Max power level 3. Neighbor power level is less than the power level. And neighbor power level +1 is less than max power level. Really is less than or equal to? I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, so that's gonna flow in. What's happening here? Bears are just moving back and forth. I think it's getting clogged. I think it's getting clogged and it's just moving around. It's spreading out, but it's not consuming itself. Let's see. It's the whole not equal to 0 thing. Yeah. It's not letting it go to 0. Okay, I gotta rethink that. So not equal to -1, honestly. So this does 1 every 5 seconds. We'll see. Alright, it's definitely breaking. Wait, hold up. Yep. It's every 3 seconds. Or 2. Let's see. So what's happening now? I probably need a break. Right. It's just going back and forth. Which I guess makes sense. It would need some kind of like idea of direction for it to actually work. So I guess the next thing is like probably get rid of this whole max palatable idea. I don't know why it's not doing more. I think it might be actually, it's just staying up top. fucking something up. Like, I think if I randomize the direction, that might do something. But really, it should be seeing that the neighbor power level is greater than. Right? If the neighbor power level is less than our power level, move to it. I don't know. IDK, bro. I think that was like an array shuffle or something. Just can't remember where it was. Yeah, shuffle. Yeah, you kind of need to go to the consumer and work backwards from it. You kind of got to think like, what really should be happening here, right? It's either we produce something, okay? So then it just goes here. And then when this overflows, it goes here. And when this overflows, it goes here, here, and here. And here. And like so on and so forth, right? Here, here. Then it would favor one way, it might just go that way. Bang. Then maybe it would go there, I don't know. Then it would radiate out like that. Which I think is a valid thing to do, so we could do that. Or it goes bang, like straight down to the nearest one. Like path finds its way there, which seems weird. It would look cool if you had a limited amount, but we kind of just want to like crank the amount and just let the sim kind of take care of itself at like a big amount. So what do I need to do? Really, we just say that, I guess, if it's 0, we only want to move into 0 if we're 2. So if we're 1, then we're just going to stay here. So 1 and then 0, 0, 0, 0, right? But now we become 2, so we'll want to pick a direction to go in. So that'll take this guy over here. Now this guy isn't going to go anywhere because it doesn't know where to go. So we kind of need like a lower kind of ceiling on things. It's just stop it from jiggling around, I think. Right, because it's trying to go, I don't know. If the neighbor entity power level is less than our power level, neighbor power level +1 is still less than our power level, then we want to move there. I think that might solve it. Okay, 1, 2, 3, yeah. I mean, that kind of behaves as I would expect it to, maybe? I don't know. That feels alright. I need to hover so I can see the power level. I can do that as a little tooltip. But yeah, no, that's kind of the behavior that I want, right? I think. I know it's becoming daytime. My indicator is going. Yeah, I think that's it. So do level debug on cursor. Alright, we'll be back in the GIF and we will keep solving. Yellow. All right. Yeah, so we've got an issue now, but I think I might know how to solve that. Look at these wires. Not collision. I need to debug this with my mouse, dude. Ay, ay, ay. So, I'm thinking that we just put a max on the power level, and anything above the max, you'll still be allowed to go over the max, you just won't, like it'll just jitter around a bunch. So that way, we can make it so that we can render within the stable range of like, yo, if it's at least 1, then it means it's on. Or something like that, I don't know. IDK, man. IDK. We'll see. Keep cranking, and the problem will solve itself with enough time, I believe. Worst case scenario, give up and go live in the mountains as a monk. Should be a good strat. Alright, so I want to debug the cursor power level. Awesome. So yeah, it's going to keep increasing over here, right? And that's just because at the edges, these guys aren't spreading. When they really should. So, I think, let's see, what can we do here? So if I just take a snapshot in time of this guy, kind of want it to like spread out evenly, right? And pressurize properly. Right now it doesn't do that. I'm definitely fucking something up, I think. Or maybe not, it needs to not be an integer. For it to spread properly. That's probably it, right? I don't know, like, in theory, there should be some kind of algorithm I can do that spreads all of this out so that it's one across everything. Is that too much to ask for, man? Breaks down causing you to break out the loop. Yeah. That's what was causing it to go back and forth. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know, I was just giving its thing away. And it was chilling. YouTube links and shows a video of temp simulator electricity like sand. Yeah, maybe I don't think it worked. I don't think it's sent. If you go on Twitch, you'll be able to send it through though. Curious to see. Magma guy, I'm purely trying to debug visualize it. Polish is the last thing on my mind, brother. Do 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 do. Now doing different colors for power levels would also be rough. I can visualize it enough with what I got here. It's alright, buddy. It's alright. Trying to think like I don't know. You kind of need I don't know what you kind of need. But if I was trying to like visualize what's happening here, I'd want like, okay, let's see, we got some more nodes over this way, right? Bang. Cell little piece gets put into here. Okay, and I want it to go doot doot, and then maybe go down here, and then stop there, and then maybe keep doing that, and then backing it up, and then now when it comes down this way, it goes this way. Boop. And then now it goes this way. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. That's what I want to have happen. So I want to figure out like what the simplest steps are to make that happen. I don't really know if there is one. 'Cause I mean like, the only thing I think of is like giving it a memory of where it went, like last went. So it goes down here. So now it knows not to go here anymore. Right? So then it just keeps doing that. But then what if you have like a circuit kind of loop in on itself? Like this. Right? It would go doot, 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 and then maybe even like this. And then it would clog up there. And get stuck. And it would be cringe. The only other thing I can think of is you make it flow based, so it goes in here and now it just kind of spreads out to everything a little bit. And now the wires only turn on once you get up past 1, but then that means if you had a massive system, then it would kind of be a pain in the ass. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, dude. This might be a cursed problemo. I know visually what I want to have happen, right? Like it just does this. I don't know. You'd have to do like path finding. No idea. Going for float sounds like has some potential. However, +1 is what making it stuck at the moment. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, the problem with making it drain-based, like you say, is that now it needs knowledge of where it's going, which I guess is fine. But if I just, like, for each of these guys, work backwards and then kind of, like, rank it so that there's a path that you could go to. Then that might be better. Not sure. Let's see. So let's say in theory it knows the steps that it needs to do to get to the thing more easily. which, you know, wouldn't be too hard. What now? Oh, it would go here. Bonk. And now that would be satisfied. So now I guess it's maybe going to go somewhere else, like over here. But like, now what? Yeah, this just becomes really fucking complicated really quick, doesn't it? It might be Jova. Interesting idea, but it might be Jova. Well, I think I'm going to put that idea to rest. And swap back to the whole grid thing. Just kind of do it like Minecraft Redstone. Yeah. I think it is back to the grid, unfortunately. It would be easy to pull off if this was a top down and you had a concept of gravity, sorry, a side scroller and there was gravity, because then you would just do like a normal falling sand kind of fluid sim thing. But I don't know. Even if you just radiate outwards from like a circle, could kind of run into a situation where you have one over here and now it's getting pushed this way and now you kind of block it up. Maybe. Or even one goes out this way, yeah, and it just gets completely blocked here. I'm sure there's a way that it could be done. It's just, I'm not smart enough to do it. So, I guess I'll leave it up to someone else if they want to tackle it. Introduce a better electricity mod. But yeah, I'm gonna go back to the grid-based thing, I think, or the network-based thing. I feel like I'm so close. Probably just need to sleep on it. So if I really think about this, like, this is kind of expected behavior. This is what we kind of want, right? Like if I just I think I might just be fucking up the algorithm, dude. Like, in my brain, it makes sense. Makes sense in my brain. Because, like, if this is 10, then, like, it's gonna want to spread out quick, bro. Okay, for each direction, grab the neighbor. And the neighbor power level is less than our power level. Okay, so then we go to neighbor, next power level is equal to whatever its power level is plus 1. And then our next power level is our power level take 1, then break. Next power level. Wait. Why then is when I put 10 in here, it like shits to bed. And just dies. Like something's getting fucked up here. Something's getting fucked up. Like it's literally losing power. Alright, well, I gotta do like a proper fucking pressure thing. I think. Yeah, let me just do this. I wonder if I can make it integer based. Maybe. Well. I could give it a shot. Why is it getting blocked here? What's happening here? Dude, it would be so funny if, like, this was just broken and my offsets were completely fucked. That would be hilarious. Because that's just, like, clearly wrong. I think. Like, it's distributing nicely up here, but, like, these side ones, it's fucked. Like, what is happening here? Yeah, that's totally it. Yeah, I'm fucking dumb. Okay. Okay, I'm fucking stupid, dude. That is definitely the case. There we go. Much better. Alright, so that's working now. I guess the next question is, can I make it behave from like a gameplay standpoint? Definitely spreading out pressure, which is good. Okay. Interesting. That could work. We'll see. Thank God he removed the -1 state thing. Yo. That loop will become infinite when the wires are full. Which one? Or this one? Wait. Are you talking about my one? Or are you talking about the earlier one? I don't know. I don't know, ma'am. I don't know when you sent that message. Alright. Well. Wait, wall changed. Trying to think what this is even doing, dude. I don't even know. I don't even know, dude. Assign next power instead of delta. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is already assigned to delta. What do you mean? Because like it gets set up here to the power level, and then we add it and subtract it, and then the next gets set. So nothing should be lost, right? Who knows? Only God. Well. I mean, that could work in theory, I think. I would have to see what the generators are like. Oh, sorry. The harvesters and how they're going to consume it. That would be next on the to-do list to see. But in theory, that should be good. Who knows, man? Break time. Back in a jiff. Yo. 1 minute left of ads. The Twitch guys. Unfortunate. So sorry, I was just setting a title. So I think with what it currently is right now, it should be possible. In terms of like gameplay. We'll see how it consumes, but this looks super cool. This might be good for like heat transfer. I love how in Factorio in the late game of the base game, you got the nuclear reactors, right? And you have like these heat pipes around them and they like spread heat. It's really cool. It's a little random tidbit. So yeah, I mean that might be fine as it is. We'll see about the because I also like the idea of like just spreading the excess. That seems pretty cool. I don't know what the wild change part here is for. I guess to make it always happen in like one tick. Can you remove the while and not really care about it happening instantly? So yeah, like just do the max, right? So throw the excess across into the other one, and then the other one throws the excess across into the next one, and so on and so forth. We'll see. Like, would that in theory make it move faster? DK, man. Because, yeah, I don't like the idea of it just keep going up. I kind of just want to clamp it. I guess that's a problem with the generator itself. Because really, you would just go... If e-power was greater than 10, then set it equal to 10, right? I don't know. IDK, man. Yeah. It would be nice to see if this spreads all the way out instantly, just so it gets to 1. And then there's like no excess. I don't know. I don't know, man. That seems like a polished thing at this stage, though. So let me just see if I can get this working by default. So let's make a consumer. I don't really like the idea of clamping this. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. Consume. Rate. Consume power rate. Consume power. Next end time. Consume power amount. Really don't like the idea of this being a float. could work. I think it could work. Just need a way to cap. Amount of stuff in it. I wonder if we can put like a max of like 3 on. So that way the excess always gets passed off. I think I know how I'm gonna like debug this as well. I need to. I actually want to put in this this guy. Whatever it is. And every time I click it, it's just going to inject like a certain amount into the system. It's just a big old button that you press by hand to put energy into it. Sure. Call it click generator. I need to figure out how to click this without destroying it, but then how are you going to destroy it? Probably got to change the destroy to something else. I don't know. Tell you what. Alright, every time you click, powers this shit up. Which is pretty cool. All right, I want like a test consumer. All right, when the consumers do something, I want them, when they consume, I want them to do something. So let's do that real quick. Squat out some particles, bro. Yeah, so it's working, but yeah, it's just like kind of spreading a bit slow, and this guy isn't even really getting any. If we put a bunch in the system, then we kind of just let that run. So it works, which is cool. I think if I made it so that it'll only turn on when it's greater than 1. Then that would be pretty cool. I mean, yeah, like in theory, the whole thing works, and it's cool. Am I setting it equal to, or am I plussing? Yeah, I'm setting it equal to. So yeah, the whole grid kind of acts like a giant battery now, and it's kind of infinite. So I'd like to be able to clamp it and then actually put batteries in. But yeah, that power works. That's pretty cool. It's like a self-governing power system. It's really cool. I'm totally gonna have this in the game as well, by the way. This isn't just a testing. This will be like the early game power. You gotta like click a button or something to feed the whole system. So yeah, now I just need to make it so that the battery kind of works, because this is not good. Need to give it a max. But yeah, that works at least. That's like shippable in my eyes. Just gotta figure out the max side of things, and then it should be good. Today's been a big day. 7 hours. Pretty good. Pretty good. Hand crank power. Yes, so. You're treating electricity as if it was liquid. Yes. That is what's happening. Thought it'd be cool. I thought it'd be cool, and also I wanted to be lazy and not actually do like a grid, like a network, and try and keep track of the network and what's in the network and all this kind of shit. So instead I made it propagate like a liquid or gas. Yeah, so I wonder how I do max. Because like I guess like when you like put something into the system, it's tricky because I want to do max, but I also would like to do max, like spreading the access quicker. So I don't know. I think it should be fine. Actually, it's only happening every 100 milliseconds right now. So I could just like crank that soldier boy up more and it would spread faster, which would be fine. It's getting low. Nice. Yeah, this is cool to watch. Yeah, batteries might be tricky. I don't even know how batteries would work with this kind of model. I guess that's something I gotta figure out sooner rather than later as well. Battery. Battery is both a consumer and a producer. I have no idea how this guy's gonna work. No idea at all. I guess maybe if I introduce the max. And we make it per thing, then technically everything is a battery. Yeah, technically all these wires are just one big battery, right? So cranking this up would then... Well, if this can only hit 3... don't know what would happen. I guess like a little bit would fall into here, a little bit would fall into here. And then this would just keep flowing and like stack up whilst feeding the rest of the system, which I guess that makes sense. And then once this drops below 3, the battery would start actually kicking in and going back the other way. Yeah, it would just naturally work if we had the max kind of in there, I think. So how do I limit the max? So if we say that's just kind of chilling there. Difference. This might actually be a job for cursor. All right, buddy.
All right, buddy. What do you got for me?
How would I introduce a max power level here? Nope. Without losing energy. Use an actual good model, please. Not some fucking slop, bro. Yeah. Now we're talking. Intended. Greater than 0. Calculate how much we can actually accept. Yep. Yeah, no, that's perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Old. Without max. So now we just put the max power level inside the neighbor. So the click generator itself could have a battery of like 20, right? And then the generator could also do that. But then the wires will just make these guys 3. And then the battery, we make it like 100. Or even like 200 or something, right? I think I've just completely frozen it. I think Clyde fucked me up, bro. Or I added something in, so I wouldn't be surprised if the fucking world just got balked, bro. Alright, let's see. Oops. Didn't mean to place you down, fucko. I want a battery. Two. This guy doesn't have a power level. Interesting. Oh, because I didn't even put a max in it. Of course. It's working a little bit too well. Let's say 3. There we go. All right. So. So I wonder. Oh, I'm I'm trying to destroy it. No. Alright, if I put a battery in between here, that'll all just go straight into the battery, which is awesome. And then the battery will just fuel this shit. Nice. That's awesome. Okay, so I've got to make it so that when I click into this, the power level kind of clamps. But I think we're almost there. Alright, we're gonna go for the final sprint. Or I might call it here actually. So close. One final sprint. Be back in 3 minutes. So, chat break, boys. How we doing? What's going on? What happens to the power if it's less than 1 and no machines are on? Does the grid still 0.9999? Yes, it does. It does. How do you feel about using Cursor? I have mixed feelings about using for work. Cursor is great. I love it. I just use it in ask mode, not agent edit my fucking code base mode. Because that way it's just like it's like ChatGPT or whatever on a crack, because it's got full context in your code base. It's insane. So good for writing code. Then you just flip it to ask mode instead of agent. It's huge. Just finished my bachelor in computer science. Congrats, bro. Better way to celebrate and watch my favorite stream do some programming. Oh, that's nice, man. Good stuff. It's an object oriented. It's funny. All right. We are getting close. We're getting very close. I can taste it. This is feeling good, dude. So I've got to clamp this guy at whatever it should be, tops. Could also just do this here. I really like the idea of clamping the stuff coming in. I guess it's fine. So yeah, that'll be chilling at 20. And there's nothing we can really do to add anything extra. Okay, actually that should kind of be spreading down into the battery, I would expect. Yeah, I wonder how to solve that. It's kind of a bit of a cursed problem. Because, like, place another one, it'll just go straight to 20. Because you kind of want to be able to click into the battery. Let's see. Maybe you have like a power like drain thing? I don't know. Because in this case, you know, you kind of want this to be limited. Right? It's like spreading out to these guys. But in the case of the battery, you know, you want it to kind of just go straight into the battery. So if anything, you kind of want like a... You want a way of like overloading the power. So like temporarily putting this up to like 30 or whatever. But then like not letting you do anymore. So you almost want to go like... Power level is greater than max power level like times 2. Honestly. Maybe. Right? It's like that way you get absolute max. And then it'll drain out. I don't know. What's the capacity on batteries? 200. Right, because 200 is trying to flow into here. And there's no shot that's flowing into there. Okay, yeah. You kind of want this not to flow back that way. But if that were like that, then yeah, this is fucked. This is a little bit fucked. I mean, I guess it's limited by the wire, so that kind of makes sense. That'll bring them up to the same. I don't know, dude. I don't know. at this stage, I kind of have no idea what to do here. I think I'll just leave it for tomorrow. Because you almost want like it to temporarily overload the wires and then go into the battery, right? So like we like crank this up and then it spreads out to the entire system, and then all the excess gets put into the battery like really quick. I don't know. But then like what's stopping you from not having a battery and just like kind of doing this the entire time? I guess maybe if it's too hot for too long, they'll explode. No idea. But hey, that's a decent start to the system. That's like, it's shippable power. I just gotta get the batteries kind of like feeling alright, I think. We basically need like a, like it's weighted towards a certain like drain, and it'll just like kind of go, like flow into it. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I will carry this on tomorrow, boys. I'm gonna call it there for the day. That is kind of B1 of the power system. Done and dusted. Feel like it's got potential. No pun intended. Adios, amigos. Make battery directional, one side charges, one discharges. Yeah, that would probably work as well. Maybe. We'll see. Yeah. Peace out, boys. Yay.